We are on duty. And we're working on the case. That means you might need a suspect. He started like, yes, I agree. I said, well, therefore, until we have that, he ain't never done anything. He said, well, don't you want to shoot somebody? I'm not the attorney. What do you want me to do? I'd like to play along. He was worried. You should have made it. And Lonnie's like, oh, what do you think about that today? I'm sorry, what did you say? So I had thought about
All rise, circuit court. David Williams tonight.
Please bow your head for a moment of silence, please. Thank you very much.
I understand a little bit.
Go off the record just for a second.
But not just
Hi. I know you're missing the legislature. Just kidding.
I was listening to that this morning. It was like a comedy show.
Hey, somebody asked me yesterday how much I missed it. And I said, I missed it about as much as they missed me. Here you go, we're getting an award today, is that right? Yeah. Take after his father. We got a Clinton County case, Commonwealth versus Christopher Ayers.
He's incarcerated. We can make the same.
Yes, Clinton County Attorney Dan Thompson.
Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Clinton County, turn your camera on, please. Can he do it in here now, or is he?
Our TV is still not working.
Get on up a little bit, Chris.
You can tell him that we can do it out here. Yes, we can do it out here. Cool. You can do it out here.
Okay.
Okay, let's do this one. This is Commonwealth Kentucky versus Christopher Ayers, 22 CR 0054. Tell us to step back there and tell Judge Christie I'll be right with her, and I'll step right outside there. Okay. Are you Christopher Ayers?
Yes, sir.
This is Clinton Circuit Court meeting in special session in Burchfield by Zoom by agreement of all the parties. Mr. Stockton, what do we have here?
It's a felony plea, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Ayers, what is your year of birth?
1988.
And the last four digits of your social security number are 1767.
Yes, sir.
A motion has been tendered that says you wish to enter a guilty plea today. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
Yes, sir.
Is this plea freely and voluntarily given?
Yes, sir.
Are you the same person named in indictment number 22 CR 0054?
Yes, sir.
Okay, have you had plenty of time to discuss this matter with your attorney, and are you fully informed about your case?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you satisfied with his advice?
Yes, Your Honor.
The Commonwealth has certain evidence against you. Have you had the opportunity to review this evidence and become familiar with your case?
Yes, Your Honor.
You have certain rights under the Kentucky and United States Constitution. You do not have to enter a guilty plea today. Before I can accept a plea, I need to know that you know those rights. Now, I'm going to go down through the rights, and I'm going to ask you if you understand them. If at any time you want to stop and get in the side room with your attorney, we can provide that. You have a right not to testify against yourself. No one can make the same thing. You have a right to speak trial by jury. You have the right to be represented by counsel at your jury trial. You have the right to confront, cross-examine all witnesses called to testify against you. You have a right to produce evidence, right to call witnesses in your favor, the right to appeal this matter to the higher court if you lose. You have the right to require the Commonwealth to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you're guilty of all that's charged. Do you understand that by entering a guilty plea that you waive those rights? Do you understand that, sir?
Yes, yes, Your Honor.
You consider the Commonwealth's recommendation, but I may apply any range of sentence provided by law. I don't have to accept it. Prior to accepting the recommendation, I will await a pre-sentence investigation report by probation. In the event that I do not accept the recommendation or agreement you've entered into with the Commonwealth and decide to impose a harsher sentence, you have the right to withdraw your plea go to trial. You understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Doctor, what is the Commonwealth's recommendation?
Mr. Ayers will plead to the amended charge of unlawful transaction with minor, second degree. He'll receive a sentence of 1 year to serve. The Commonwealth opposes probation. Court costs be assessed with the court.
Is that your understanding of the Commonwealth's recommendation?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you pleading guilty because you did commit the acts charged in the indictment as amended?
Yes, Your Honor.
You're doing so of your own free will.
Yes, Your Honor.
Knowing your constitutional rights, as I've explained, it is still your desire to waive those rights. Enter a plea of guilt and allow the court to fix your punishment.
Yes, Your Honor.
You understand, but entering guilty plea today, any convictions will enhance the range of penalty. Is there registration required for this? Okay, counsel, do you have a copy of the agreement there with you?
I do not have a copy of the agreement in front of me, but I did review it.
Okay, who has the agreement?
It should be in the court file, Your Honor.
No, it should be. Y'all have the agreement? Who has the court file? Okay, well, you did sign the plea agreement, sir.
Yes, Your Honor.
Well, I'll accept the agreement or PSI. And when is the next rule day in Clinton County?
Your Honor, is he able to waive his
Wait
PSI
just a
since
second.
it's 1 year to
Wait
serve?
just a second. Wait just a second.
It's April 13th.
April the 13th, and no, I do not waive PSIs unless they're state prisoners. Is he a state prisoner?
He is not.
He's not a state prisoner, so it'll be, sentencing will be on the 13th. Thank y'all very much. Curtis Adams. Commonwealth versus Curtis Adams, 22 CR 00107. Are you Curtis Adams?
Yes, Your Honor.
You born in 1989?
Yes, Your Honor.
Last 4 digits, social security number 6257.
Yes.
You're here in 22 CR 00107 for pretrial comments. What's the Commonwealth have to say?
I believe we have a pretrial diversion.
Is that correct?
Judge, I need a moment copy. Please, court.
Okay.
I apologize.
Commonwealth versus Gerald Beckner. Are you Gerald Beckner? This is 22 CR 00106. Were you born in 1977?
Yes.
Last 4 digits, social security number 4499.
Yes, sir.
We're here for a pretrial conference. What do we have?
You have a felony plea, Your Honor.
Mr. Beckner, a motion's been tendered that says you wish to enter a plea today. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
No.
Is this plea freely and voluntarily given? Are you the same individual charged in 22 CR 106?
Yeah.
Is your judgment impaired today in any way?
No.
Have you discussed these charges with your attorney?
Yeah.
Are you satisfied with her advice? Have you had an opportunity to review the case that the Commonwealth, the evidence in the case the Commonwealth has against you, and you believe you're fully informed? Are you satisfied with the advice of your attorney?
Yeah.
You do not have to enter a guilty plea today. You have certain rights under the Kentucky and United States Constitution. Before I can accept the plea, I need to know that you understand those rights. After I go over those rights, I'm going to ask you if you understand. You have a right not to testify against yourself. No one can make you say anything. Right to speed trial by jury, right to be represented by counsel at your jury trial, the right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses called testify against you, the right to produce evidence, the right to call witnesses in your favor, the right to appeal this matter to higher court if you lose, the right to require the Commonwealth to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you're guilty of charge against you. Understand that by entering a plea guilty today, you give up all those rights. Now, I may consider the Commonwealth's recommendation, but I'm applying a range of sentence provided by law. I do not have to accept any recommendation. Prior to accepting any recommendation, I'll await the pre-sentence investigation report from probation and parole. In the event I do not accept the Commonwealth's recommendation and decide to impose a harsher sentence, you'll have a right to withdraw your plea and have it and proceed to trial. Mr. Stockton, or Mr. Hunley, what is the Commonwealth's recommendation?
Your Honor, Mr. Beckner, excuse me, is charged with possession of a controlled substance in the first degree and possession of drug paraphernalia. The Commonwealth agrees to dismiss the drug paraphernalia, and upon a plea of guilty possession of a controlled substance first degree, the defendant shall receive a sentence of 3 years, probated for 5 years, with the probation supervised. The defendant shall be referred to the social service clinician and follow any and all recommendations of the clinician. He shall receive credit for any time served, shall obtain gainful employment, or do a minimum of 30 hours a week community service, and agrees that any evidence collected in this case be destroyed in a manner consistent with the laws of the Commonwealth.
Mr. Beckner, is that your understanding of the agreement?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Are you pleading guilty because you did commit the acts charged in the amended indictment?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Knowing your constitutional rights, still your desire to proceed with your plea on the charges, allow me to fix the punishment percent and subject you withdrawing your plea. Okay, is that your signature on the document?
Yes, Your Honor.
You understand that, but any of this plea, any future convictions, not that I'm saying you're going to have any future convictions, but if you were to have a future conviction, it could be enhanced. Do you understand that?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll accept the agreement, order pre-sentence investigation report. Now, is this, was there probation involved in this? Okay, so I'm gonna let you stay out on your bond till the April sentencing date. You come back here for sentencing on April 27th. You'll be under the same conditions as your bond, okay? Great, thank you very much. Zachary Bramlett. Zachary Bramlett. See no Zachary Bramlett. It's got David Cross here.
Well, I signed an agreed order to continue, Mr. Cross does, and so I didn't know if I didn't know if we got entered or not.
You gonna have a negotiation day on
Yes, April 21st, 1 o'clock.
April 21st, 1 o'clock, and April 27th, the next court day. Grady Finley. Commonwealth versus Grady Finley, 22 CR 0094. Are you Grady Finley?
Yes, Your
You
Honor.
born in 1962?
Yes, Your Honor.
Zero in your last 4 digits, social security number is 0167.
Yes, sir.
Okay, what do we have here?
Mr.
Y'all will move over to the left.
Mr. Finley has paid $5,000 restitution along with the clerk's fees. That is the amount that the post commander wanted paid. He asked me when I met with him if Mr. Finley would pay that amount, that the case be dismissed. And that's what I'm asking the court to do. evidently there's two factions, we have at least two. One of those two factions in their society, maybe more. That was the will of the victim in this case.
I thought that, I kind of figured there might be a pretrial diversion in this.
Well, I think so, that he's the gentleman, he's not.
I'm sorry, I can't, y'all move away.
I met with him probably for a couple hours in my office. He moved in here from Nebraska. And then he took over as post commander. Mr. Finley was secretary and treasurer of the VFW. This has kind of split the post up and he wants to put it behind him.
Okay, what I'd like to do is take this under advisement and I'd like to see a resolution passed by that post over there to make sure we have it on the record that it's their money. And of course, the crime is not against the post. The crime is against the Commonwealth of Kentucky. But if that post will, the majority of the members of the post request us to do that, I'll take consideration. So I'll pass this to the next rule day on April 27th. It's not that I won't do it. I just don't want us to do this and then people to come in and cast in doubt whether or not anybody had the authority to make this decision on behalf of the post. So you'll be back here in court on April the 27th.
I will be out of state on April 27th.
But if you want to have somebody to stand in for you.
It might be good to do it in May because they're going to have a meeting to pass this every time to get the paperwork.
Okay, well, let's do it in May the 25th. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Juan Garcia.
Yeah, well.
Carmel versus Juan Garcia. It looks like a David Cross case too.
Yeah, also there was a Grady Finley submitted on that place too.
Tabitha Gibson.
Do you need to negotiate more?
Yeah.
Commonwealth versus Tabitha Gibson, 23 CR 003. Are you Tabitha Gibson?
Yes.
We're here today for a pretrial conference. What's the Commonwealth have to say?
We have a pretrial diversion.
If y'all will move over this way. Young lady, you can come back behind the podium, okay, so I can get you straight up. A motion's been tendered that says you wish to enter a plea today. Is that correct?
Yes.
Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
No.
Is this plea freely and voluntarily given?
Yes.
Are you the same person named in 23 CR 0003?
Yes.
Is your judgment impaired in any way?
No.
Have you discussed the charges with your lawyer?
Yes.
Are you satisfied with her advice?
Yes.
Have you had plenty of time to review the evidence against you? Do you feel like you're fully informed about your case? You do not have to enter a guilty plea today. You have certain rights under the Kentucky and United States Constitution. You have a right not to testify against yourself. No one can make you say anything. Have a right to speed trial by jury, right to be represented by counsel at your jury trial. The right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses called to testify against you. The right to produce proof and evidence. The right to call witnesses and have process issued to compel their attendance. You have a right to appeal this matter to a higher court if you lose, and the right to require the Commonwealth to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you have to be charged against you. Understand it, but entering guilty proof, give up those rights. You understand that? I may consider the Commonwealth's recommendation, but I may apply any range of sentence provided law. I do not have to accept any recommendation. In the event that I do not accept your recommendation and decide to impose a harsher sentence, you have the right to withdraw your plea of guilty and proceed to trial. Okay, have you, you understand that?
Yes.
Okay, have you previously been diverted in the last 5 years?
No.
Have you had any felonies in the last 10 years?
No.
Are you presently on probation?
No.
You understand if you fully complete the diversion agreement, the charges will be dismissed and could be diverted, could be expunged. You understand if you do not fully complete the diversion and you are brought before me and I revoke your pretrial diversion, this court will schedule a sentencing hearing and you will be a convicted felon.
Yes.
In the future, that can be used against you. You understand that?
Yes.
Just stand to the side now, Mr. Stockton, if you'll come around and tell us what the Commonwealth's recommendation is.
Your Honor, Ms. Gibson would plead guilty to possession of a controlled substance first degree, receive a sentence of 3 years, pretrial diverted for 5, supervised. She'll plead guilty to operating a motor vehicle under the influence, receive a $200 fine and cost, be referred to the SSC, follow all recommendations, get credit for time served, pay court costs at discretion of court, obtain and maintain gainful employment.
Is that what you agreed to? You have to get behind the podium and speak up.
Yes.
Okay. Are you pleading guilty because you did commit the acts charged in the amended indictment? Yes. Okay. Knowing your constitutional rights to explain to steering desire to proceed with your plea. Is that your signature on the document?
Yes.
I'll accept the agreement and sign the diversion order. And I did explain to you, but I want to reiterate to you that if you violate this, you'll be a convicted felon and that could be used against you in the future. You understand that?
Yes.
Okay, I'll sign the diversion order. You'll need to meet with a probation parole officer so he can get some 800 what? Was there a DUI?
Yes.
Okay, you also understand that on the DUI, it's enhanceable too. If you get another DUI, you can get more serious punishment. You understand that?
Yes.
Okay, meet with the probation parole officer.
Your Honor, how much do you want her to pay per month towards her fine?
You need to speak up.
How much do you want her to pay per month on her fines?
How much can you pay? $50 a month?
Yes.
Okay, well, you pay $50 30 days from day and $50 every month you pay in full, okay?
Okay.
Okay, you can pay it off anytime before that if you want to.
Okay.
Dylan Gilbert.
I don't know if he's incarcerated or anything.
Pretrial diversion revocation.
I've asked for arrest warrant, there's not one issue.
What?
There's not really an issue.
Okay, do an arrest warrant. Dallas Hayes. Commonwealth versus Dallas Hayes. 23 CR 0006. Are you Dallas Hayes?
Yes, sir.
You born in 1990. Last 4 digits of social security number 8662.
Yes,
You're here today for the purpose of arraignment. You have the right to remain silent. You're represented by counsel. If there's anything that's said that you don't understand, step away from the podium and ask her, okay?
Yes, sir.
So he does still have active indictment.
Yes, what?
Active indictment.
Okay, well, I will withdraw the active indictment warrant.
Thank you.
And are you still in rehab? Is that
Yes, sir.
correct?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Well, when you'll need to have someone make a bond for you. When and I'll go ahead and let you go back to rehab. But when you get out of rehab, if they hadn't made the bond,
How much?
15,000 surety.
Surety signature?
Yeah.
Can I have my father, can it be like a week?
Well, they-
It had to be a certain day.
You
Yes,
you can go downstairs. I'm gonna let you go back to rehab and so anytime during the coming week, you can go downstairs and sign the bond, okay?
Yes, sir.
Thank you,
Yeah,
Your
the
Honor.
grand jury has indicted you and charged you with possession of controlled substance and a first degree methamphetamine, possession of controlled substance in the 3rd degree. Classified schedule 4 or 5. Possession of drug paraphernalia and public intoxication, Mr. Baylor. Hello, High Sheriff. You acknowledge the identity of your client, receive the indictment, waive formal reading and arraignment, enter plea of not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. We'll set April 21st as a conference, a negotiation date, and April the 27th as your next date, unless you want to put it off for, since he's in rehab.
How long do I can rehab?
About 3.5 months. I'm just now in phase 2. I'm in phase.
You'll move it to May.
Let's do that.
We're gonna move it to May. What's the negotiation date in May?
we don't have them, y'all get, I know.
Okay, well, the next court date will be May 25th, and counsel, if he's still hadn't finished rehab and if he's proceeding well, you and y'all knock it out to June.
Okay.
But right now, your next court date's May the 25th. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you.
Your Honor, and I'll tender it in case Mr. Hayes leaves rehab.
Yeah, if you live rehab, you need to go to the Adair County Jail or you'll be absconding. Okay.
Sure.
Okay, thank you very much. Brian Markham. Thank y'all for transporting this gentleman today. Brian Markham. Look, come over to Brian Markham. 22 CR 00101. We're here today for a pretrial conference on Mr. Markham. Mr. Markham, you were born in 1982. Last four digits, social security number 8609.
Yes, you need it.
You need to hear anything. Are you Brian Markham?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Were you born in 1982?
Yes, sir.
Last four digits, social security number 8609.
Yes, sir.
We're here on a pretrial conference on 22 CR 00101. What's the Commonwealth have to say?
I don't know. We're not like the defense.
Looking back to this, the file that I had received on this case, there was a offer that was provided by the Commonwealth at our negotiation conference. And I have some notes here that there may have been another articulation of a different offer earlier. And so I was really wanting to talk to the Commonwealth attorney about.
It's the same offer that his co-defendant, Mr. McGall, got. He doesn't want to do that when you set a trial date. So
Well, I would request another pretrial conference date to clear up any issue with regard to what that offer may be. And
You have the offer with you?
it's,
You have a copy of the offer with you?
I have an official record. I have an official
Well,
letter.
he
from the
says there's
Commonwealth,
just
but-
one. So if you've got an official, it's official, unofficial.
it's It was possession of controlled substance, first degree, received a sentence of 3 years, tampering 5 years, that run concurrently for a total of 5 years, be supervised. All recommendations, SSC, that's exactly.
Probate.
He doesn't want to do that, we get probably.
I have not received that. Actually, the only thing that I had was some time served offer. That there was a time served offer, and that was the only thing that I had in my file. So I need to make sure I get that clear and address that with my client.
Like that, verbal, you made that to you at the last pre-trial.
Yes.
Again, I would like to have this set for another pretrial conference and possibly have a
You're
resolution.
practicing all these courts that drag along.
Oh,
You come over here and want to infect our system with a virus. Now you take Mr. Bell here and Ms. Costello.
of course.
They ardently defend their people, but they don't drag the system along and try to hold us back. I don't know. Well, you want a negotiation date with them? This is your negotiation date, that you're April 21st, and the next court date is April 27th. We'll have a plea that day, or we'll set a speedy trial. Okay,
It's fine, Your Honor. Thank you.
Wesley McGall. See, Mr. Bell, you say that I never praise you, and right there in public, I praised you,
I tell you what, it gets back.
but I don't think I tell them it might hurt you. Commonwealth versus Wesley McGall. Are you Wesley McGall?
Yes, Your Honor.
You born in 1970?
Yes, sir.
Last four digits of social security number 8985.
Yes, sir.
You're here today for sentencing in 22 CR 001. Have you had an opportunity to look at this pre-sentence investigation report?
Yes, sir.
You find it to be substantially correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
You know, Mr. Stockton, if you looked at this pre-sentence investigation report, it's really pretty extensive. What do you think about it?
I think I kind of balanced the equities on the case because I don't know if the tampering would hold up under scrutiny if we tried the case because of the recent Supreme Court decisions. So that knocks it down to a possession case and it's not enhanceable to the EFO. So since Mr. McGall agreed to take the 5 years on tampering, I agreed to do the probation. That was my thinking.
Seems logical. Upon a plea of guilty to possession of controlled substance, first degree meth, you shall receive a sentence of 5 years. Upon guilty of tampering with physical evidence, receive 5 years. However, the two 5-year terms shall run concurrently or at the same time. And probation will be supervised. Court costs in this case are what?
Your Honor, it should
And
be-
it's gonna run concurrently with Clinton Circuit Court Case 22 CR 00002, right? What
It
was it?
should be 3 years on possession. I think our offer statement is 5 years.
We fixed it on the official paperwork that we entered last month, Your Honor. I just don't
Okay,
think.
we'll have the report to reflect 5 and 3 to run concurrently.
Yes.
And also with concurrent with 22 CR 0. Now, was he charged court costs in Clinton County, you think?
Yeah,
Not yet, Your Honor. That case hasn't gone through yet.
Okay, well, I'll do the court costs here. How much?
$215.
$215, and I'll let you pay it at $40 a month. First payment 30 days from today, and 30 days thereafter you pay it full, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Probation parole officers right over there. Stanley Michael. Commonwealth of Kentucky versus Stanley Michael, 22 CR 0009. Are you Stanley Michael?
Yes, sir.
Were you born in 1968?
Yes, sir.
Last 4 digits of your social security number 3511.
Yes, sir.
You're here today for sentencing. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
Have you had an opportunity to look at the pre-sentence investigation report done by probation parole?
Yes, I did, sir.
Counselor, is it substantially correct?
yes, sir.
Upon plea of guilty possession of controlled substance, defendant should receive since 2 years, probated for 3 years, probation to be supervised, to be assessed and follow recommendations of social service commission. Court costs in the case are
$215.
$215. I'll let you pay the first payment at $30 in 30 days. In 30 days after you pay in full, okay? You go there and meet with probation. Parole officer. Elizabeth Scott. You are Elizabeth Scott.
Yes, sir.
You're born in 1992.
Sir.
Okay. Last 4 digits, social security number 5440.
Yes, sir.
This is 22 CR 0086. We're here today for the purpose of sentencing. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Have you had an opportunity to look at the pre-sentence investigation report done on probation parole?
Yes, sir.
Is it substantially correct?
Yes, sir. The only thing that's not reflected on the PSI, Your Honor, is her home incarceration. She is serving that 6-month home incarceration alternative sentence, and it's not being reflected on the PSI.
Your Honor, we would try to work with Mr. Smith, the resident officer, to get that information. He doesn't provide it to us in written form. So we can kind of give him on that, to give it to him.
Okay, well, I'll leave that open as far as whether she, that's Junior Smith. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Well, you can call him today. If you have any problem, get a hold of me. I can get a hold of him.
But other than that, Your Honor, there were no corrections.
Okay. Well, plead guilty to theft and lawful take over $1,000, receive 5 years, serve 6 months home incarceration, which you maintain she has served.
Well, she is serving. She's in the
How
process.
much of it do you have in?
I just got it on yesterday.
Well, how many days credit wouldn't be a big thing, right?
Yeah, correct, Your Honor. Sorry, I thought it had
Give
been,
her 1 day.
yes. I thought that it had been on sooner than that.
Yeah. The balance of sentence is probated for 5 years. What are the court costs of the case?
Court cost is $185 plus the rest.
Okay, the restitution order. What is the agreement called? How the restitution be paid? That's it. Leaves on mine, it has a rate blank. The amount is $1,278.
$100.
Okay, the one that was signed is $100. Well, I'll just put $30 a month on top of that for your court costs.
Okay.
And just, you can pay it all at the same time if you want to, or you can do it 2 week off.
Okay.
So the first will be paid 30 days each day, okay?
Your Honor, we did have one request of the court. She is on home incarceration, but she has children who have school functions and ball games, and she just wanted to know if she would be allowed to attend those.
You give a schedule of those school functions to Mr. Smith, okay?
Okay.
Because he's watching.
Yeah, he told me to ask the court when I came today.
But you make sure that you give him a schedule of those school functions.
Okay.
How many children do you have?
I got two. I got a 7-year-old and 3-month-old.
Yeah. Well, your grandmother had about 25. How many children did Miss Daisy have?
12.
12.
Mhm.
Well, that's not stylish anymore to have 12.
I know.
It's okay. But I want you to go forth and be good.
I will.
Don't violate this. I
I
do
won't.
not want there's somebody else raising those 2 children.
Exactly.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank
for
you.
your Probation. Commonwealth versus Kayla Talbot. For arraignment. Now, for matter of the record and explanation, I'm going to recuse myself from this case. I'm going to do the arraignment, however, because there's already been a bond agreement reached between the Commonwealth and the Defense Council. So I won't be having discretionary action in this thing. That's just by way of explanation on the record. Commonwealth versus Kayla Talbot, 23 CR 00010. Are you Kayla R. Talbot?
I am.
Were you born in 1988?
I was.
Were the last 4 digits of your social security 9099?
Yes, that's correct.
The grand jury of Cumberland County has returned an indictment charging you with 21 counts of wanton endangerment, possession of drug paraphernalia, operating motor vehicle under the influence, possession of marijuana and reckless driving, possession of an open alcoholic beverage container. Counselor, you acknowledge the identity of your client, receive the indictment, waive formal reading and arraignment, enter a plea of not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Now, Mr. Stockton, I was informed yesterday by email that a special judge will be appointed very soon on the thing, and I informed we filed the motion to recuse previously, but until a person is arraigned, they don't usually do it. So y'all can, I'm not going to set any dates or anything on this.
I would like to have a negotiation day the 21st at 1 o'clock, because we have all. the
Absolutely. I think,
all the victims have been-
I don't think that's a discretionary thing, so it's a normal thing. So I'm going to go ahead and establish the 21st as the negotiation day here at 9 o'clock. At 1 o'clock, 1 o'clock negotiation day, Ms. Talley, you should be here with your attorney on that day. Now, as far as your next court date, I guess I could go ahead and set it on the 27th, just as a perfunctory sort of thing. And if the special judge, whoever he or she might be, wants to change that date, then y'all can handle that, okay? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now that concludes, excuse me.
We have to go back and issue that.
Yeah, that's right. Mr. Curtis Adams. Almost versus Mr. Curtis Adams. 22 CR 00107. Okay, you previously identified yourself as Curtis Adams, who was born in 1989, whose last 4 digits social security number 6257. The Commonwealth said they thought they had a pretrial diversion.
Commonwealth was never here.
Judge, they have made an offer to us for a pre-trial diversion.
Okay, well, we'll see it. Trial date then.
If I could just quickly state to the court, Your Honor, if it pleases the court. There were some issues concerning chain of custody, thing we would like to address, and
You can file a motion.
as long as we can do that, give us enough time to.
Well, I think we could probably take that up the morning of the trial, because that's when we'll have all the witnesses.
What are the
I don't
extent?
know what the chain of
But-
custody issue is.
Yeah, well, I don't either, but the problem is we wait to what is your problem?
Well, Judge, there was another individual with Mr. Adams. I'd like to talk to him, but there was 8 days between the time that the alleged contraband was taken into custody before it was issued out. And there were some questions that Mr. Adams had concerning the preliminary hearing. And I myself have not investigated that far enough to be able to give an intelligent answer as to whether there is an issue, but it looks like that there could be.
We'll have a rule day here on April the 27th. I want you to give at least 2 weeks' notice to Mr. Stockton on any motions you have for that day, so that he might have witnesses available.
Judge, I've got surgery on the 31st. It's a total
First
knee,
of what?
March. It's a total knee replacement. They told me I'd be down a minimum of 2 weeks. I'm gonna hope that that's not the case, but I don't know
Well,
if that,
April the 27th is a month after that.
yeah, but when you take the 2 weeks notice to Mr. Stockton, I mean, I'll do my best, Judge, and I think I can do
Well,
what
you-
you're asking.
You can do the motion before then. You don't have to wait. Just do the motion and get it to him. I just want him to be able to have the witnesses here.
Yes, sir.
So just you work it out with him. You can call and tell him what the thing is. I'm sure he'll take your word, but it won't take long to do that, I don't think.
Yes, sir, Judge. That'd be fine.
Okay, so we'll next appear here on April the 27th to enter a plea or set a trial date, okay? Any pretrial motion shall be filed.
Judge, you have a good day.
You too.
Thank you.
Let's go off the record.
We got down to Cool yesterday and Michelle said, there's a movie on I want to watch. She's coming down there on her phone.
Marion County. Commonwealth, Kentucky versus Kevin Newton. 22 CR 0052. Are you Kevin Newton?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Ms. Costello, are you filing a motion in this case?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, go ahead.
Your Honor, we are asking the court to consider shock probation. This is the second motion we filed in this case. Mr. Newton is enrolled in the SAP program in Marion County. That's why he's appearing from Marion County. He would ask the court to grant shock to him upon completion of that program. He readily admits, and I can have him testify to the court as to this.
What kind of case was this?
It was a trafficking case.
Just a trafficking case. Tell me something, Mr. Stockton. What do you have to say?
Your Honor, he sold approximately a little over 6 ounces of methamphetamine to an undercover informant here in Cumberland County. And as part of the plea, pled guilty to 10 years. I thought I gave him a pretty good break because I dismissed the PFOs at the time. The Commonwealth's opposed to this. I don't think 2 years, serving 2 years before you're eligible for parole after selling 6 ounces of meth is a harsh sentence. So I'm opposed.
I think the quantity is just too much for me here. Okay. And he'll be eligible pretty soon. And Mr. Newton, I hope you continue to get treatment and turn your life around. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Wayne County. Wayne County. Commonwealth versus Jason Criswell. Are you Jason Criswell?
Back up there.
Wayne County, will you turn that microphone on?
There you go. Okay, yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you. Are you Jason Criswell?
Yes, sir.
You born in 1980?
Yes, sir.
Last 4 digits, social security number 6256.
Yes, Your Honor.
We're on 27. We're here on 22 CR 0071. It says it's a pretrial motion. What do you have, Mr. Stockton, here? What is this?
We have a felony plea, Your Honor.
Okay.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Mr. Criswell, a motion has been tendered that says you wish to enter a plea today. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
No, sir.
Is this plea freely and voluntarily given?
Yes, sir.
Are you the same person that's named in indictment number 22 CR 00071?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is your judgment impaired today in any way?
No, Your Honor.
Have you discussed these charges with your attorney and are you satisfied with her advice?
Yes, Your Honor.
Have you reviewed the evidence the Commonwealth has against you and you believe you've been fully informed about the case?
Yes, Your Honor.
You understand that you do not have to enter a guilty plea today. You have certain rights under Kentucky and the United States Constitution. Before I can accept a plea, I need to know that you understand those rights. You have
Yes.
a right you have a right not to testify against yourself. No one can make you say anything. The right to speedy trial by jury, the right to be represented by counsel at your jury trial, the right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses called to testify against you, the right to use evidence, the right to call witnesses and have process issue to compel their attendance. You have a right to appeal this matter to a higher court if you lose, and right to require the Commonwealth to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you are guilty of the charge against you. But you understand by entering a plea today, you give up all those rights. You understand that?
Yes, Your
Now, I
Honor.
may consider the Commonwealth's recommendation, but it may apply any range of sentence provided by law. I do not have to accept the recommendation. Prior to accepting any recommendation, I will await the pre-sentence investigation report from probation and parole. In the event that I do not accept the Commonwealth's recommendation and decide to impose a harsher sentence, you have a right to withdraw your plea and proceed to trial. You understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yeah. What is the Commonwealth's recommendation, Mr. Stockton?
Your Honor, Mr. Criswell will plead guilty of flagrant non-support. He'll receive a sentence of 5 years. He'll serve 90 days with the balance of 5 years supervised. He'll pay monthly child support in the amount of $198 plus an additional $100 to be applied toward the arrearages for a total amount of $298. He shall remain on active supervision until all child support and arrearages are paid in full. The period of probation shall be extended until all arrearages are paid in full. He'll receive credit for jail time and remain incarcerated at least until final sentencing. And once he's released, he'll obtain and maintain gainful employment.
Is that what you agreed to, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
Has anyone, including your attorney, made you other offer or recommendation to get you under a guilty plea? Are you
No.
pleading guilty because you did commit the acts in the indictment as amended?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Knowing your constitutional rights, is it still your desire to proceed with this plea and allow the court to fix your punishment?
Yes, Your Honor.
Now, you understand that after entering this plea, any future conviction could be enhanced as far as the penalty under the persistent felony offender law.
Yes, Your Honor.
There's no DUI involved in this.
No, Your Honor.
Is that your signature, Counselor? Would you hold it up? Is that your signature on there, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yeah, I will accept the plea order pre-sentence investigation report to be done by probation pro and schedule sentencing on April the 27th. Thank you very much, Wayne County, and you can be excused. We'll next go back on the line at 10:30 to take up Adair County.
Another break.
That's your lawyer?
Yeah.
Are you wanting, ask her how she's wanting to do it?
Can me and you talk, Samantha?
Not, we're on the record right now, okay? So I'll call the jail this afternoon though, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Are you done?
Yeah.
We're at the Adair County Jail now. Commonwealth versus Paul Bricker. Are you Paul Bricker? Are you Paul Bricker?
Yes, sir.
This is 22 CR 00084. Mr. Bricker, were you born in 1985?
Yes, sir.
Last four digits, social security number 1839. We're here for a pretrial conference. Mr. Stockton, what do you have to say?
Ms. Costello and I have conferred about this case, and we need another pretrial. There's another case in Adair County that's going to have to be taken up when this one is.
Okay, you want a negotiation day?
Yes, if we could set it for April with the April negotiation day, that'd be helpful.
A negotiation on April the 21st, and the next court date is April the 27th. And you got a companion case somewhere, or?
Yes, Your Honor, I've been named special prosecutor on an Adair County case, and the grand jury meets at the end of the month. So we need another pretrial on this case.
Maybe you could wrap these things up together, is what you're saying?
That's my hope, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Bigger. Next person is Benjamin Burchfield.
Breaker's coming out.
Are you here to see the court? What?
She's my co-partner.
You want to come on up there, see him, or? I thought you were appointing yourself as special bailiff or something. I didn't know. Commonwealth versus Benjamin Burchfield. Are you Benjamin Burchfield?
Yes, sir.
Were you born in 1992?
Sir.
Last four digits, social security 1507.
Yes, sir.
We're here on a probation revocation. Mr. Stockton, what do you have to say?
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. Burchfield has a 5-year sentence for trafficking in a controlled substance first degree. He was released sometime at sentencing or after sentencing. He never reported to probation parole as he's supposed to, and we had him, that was on August 30th of 2022. We had him extradited from Tennessee, March 23rd of this year. We had him extradited from Tennessee, and it's my understanding Mr. Burchfield's going to stipulate to the revocation.
Yes, Your Honor, I've spoken to Mr. Burchfield. He does stipulate to the violations and failing to report. He would.
This one where Mr. Burchfield came down here and picked his vehicle up?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, well, I will revoke the probation then, and all in order today. Thank you very much. Dale Cross.
Another one coming out.
Commonwealth versus Dale Cross. 21 CR 00158. You are Dale Cross. Yeah, and you were born in 1958. Last four digits, social security number 7749. Is that correct? What do you have, Ms. Costello?
Your Honor, I have filed this motion for shock probation on behalf of Mr. Cross. Your Honor, his probation was revoked by this court on November 17th. He has served 119 additional days since then, and he was given credit.
Remind me about the revocation.
Your Honor, I believe he had been, and I apologize, I've got to pull that up. I had the motion for shock and not that in front of me. I apologize.
I'll help you out here. He absconded in March of 2022, and he was revoked in November of 2022.
Yes. Your Honor, he has since served 119 days since he was revoked because of that. And prior to sentencing.
Stockton, give me more information about his absconding.
Well, Your Honor, he was released. This is a case where he was Sheriff Daniels received a report that he had a gun and he was out, his mother was outside and she was afraid to go inside. When Sheriff Daniels went out there, he pointed the gun at Sheriff Daniels. We ended up probating the case after he served quite a bit of time. Then when he got out, he never reported, so he was revoked. And then I will tell the court also his parole has been deferred for 2 years because he had a handgun involved in the case. So there's where we are.
Well, I'm gonna, because of the involvement and the danger to officer, Mr. Cross is lucky he didn't get killed out there. So I'm going to deny the shock probation. Thank you very much. David Davidson is next.
They say that grants you shock.
No.
Go ahead.
David Davidson. Commonwealth versus David Davidson. 21 CR 0095, 22 CR 00104, 23 CR 0004. Mr. Davidson, you were born in 1968.
Yes, sir.
Last 4 digits, social security number 1972.
Yes, sir.
We're here on we have 2 pretrials and a probation revocation. What do you have, Mr. Stockton?
We have a stipulation on the revocation and a felony plea on the other 2 cases, Your Honor.
That's correct.
Okay. Mr. Davidson, a motion has been filed that says you wish to enter a guilty plea. Is that correct?
Sir.
You currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
No, sir.
Plea freely and voluntarily given.
Yes, sir.
Are you the same person named in indictments number 22 CR 00104 and 23 CR 0004?
Yes, sir.
Is your judgment prepared today in any way? Have you discussed this matter with your attorney and are you satisfied with her advice?
Yes, sir.
Have you reviewed the evidence the Commonwealth has against you and are you fully informed about your case?
Yes, sir.
You have certain rights under the Kentucky and United States Constitution. Before I can accept a plea, I need to know that you know all these rights. You have a right not to testify against you. No one can make you say anything. Rights to trial by jury, the right to be represented by counsel at your jury trial. The right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses, call testify against you, the right to produce evidence, the right to call witnesses in your favor and have process issue to compel their attendance. You have a right to appeal this matter higher court if you lose, and right to part of the Commonwealth to be on a reasonable doubt that you're guilty charged against you. You understand that by entering a plea of guilty, you give up all those rights. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
Now, we consider the Commonwealth's recommendation, but I may apply any range of sentence provided below. I don't have to accept the recommendation. Prior to accepting the recommendation, I will wait to pre-sentence investigation report, probation and parole. In the event I do not accept the Commonwealth's recommendation, decide to impose a harsher sentence, you have the right to withdraw your plea of guilty and proceed to trial. Mr. Stockton, what is the Commonwealth's recommendation?
Your Honor, Mr. Davidson will plead guilty in 23 CR 4 to the charge of possession of controlled substance, 1st degree, to receive a sentence of 2 years. In indictment 22 CR 104, he'll plead guilty to burglary, 2nd degree, receive a sentence of 8 years. Those 2 sentences shall run concurrently for a total of 8 years. He agrees to stipulate revocation in 21 CR 95, which is a 2-year sentence on possession for a total of 10 years. Once he's released from incarceration, if he makes parole, there's going to be a restitution order entered of $9,728.48 for restitution to a victim in this case. The Commonwealth opposes probation, shock probation. The defendant shall receive credit for time served. Any and all evidence will be destroyed.
Is that your understanding of the Commonwealth's offer, sir?
Yes, sir.
Are you pleading guilty because you committed the acts in the amendment as amended and the indictment as amended?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And knowing your constitutional rights have explained to you, still your desire to give up the rights, allow this court to fix your guilt, your sentence pursuant to the law in Kentucky. You understand that after entering a guilty plea, any future convictions could be enhanced in a persistent felony offender law. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Will you hold the document up and let this gentleman look and see if that's his signature? That's your signature on there. Okay. I'll accept the agreement. Is he a state prisoner?
Not currently, Your Honor, but his probation, he is stipulating it would be revoked today. So I don't know if the court would want a separate sentencing or.
If he gets revoked today, do we need a pre-sentence investigation report, or will he be a state prisoner?
Your Honor, I can put the pin in, which will make him a state inmate if we revoke the prior case. And then it's up to you, Your Honor, if you want to waive it.
Well, I think we do need a pre-sentence investigation report on him, and we'll schedule sentencing on April the 27th, okay? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Honor.
David Dixon.
Another one coming out.
David Dixon.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, Combo versus David Dixon. 23 CR 0007. Mr. Dixon was born in 1966.
Yes, Your Honor.
Last four digits, social security number 2181.
Correct.
Okay, Mr. Stockton, what do you have in this case?
Felony plea, Your Honor.
Excuse me, sir. Sir, a motion has been tendered that says you wish to enter guilty plea today. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
No, I am not.
Is this plea freely and voluntarily given?
Yes, sir.
Are you the same person named in indictment number 23 CR 007?
I am.
Have you discussed this matter with your attorney, and are you satisfied with her advice?
Yes, I have. And I'm satisfied.
Have you had an opportunity to look at the evidence the Commonwealth has? You feel like you're fully informed about your case?
Yes, Your Honor.
You have certain rights under the Kentucky and United States Constitution. You do not have to enter a plea today. I need to know that you're aware of these rights before I can accept a plea. I'm going to go over these rights in the end. I'm going to ask you if you understand them. If you don't, you can have time to meet with your attorney. You have a right not to testify against yourself. No one can make you say anything. Right to speedy trial by jury. The right to be represented by counsel at your jury trial. The right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses called to testify against you. Your right to produce evidence. The right to call witnesses in favor and compel their attendance. You have the right to appeal this matter to higher court if you lose. Your right to part of the Commonwealth, prove no reason without your together charge against you. Understand that by entering guilty plea today, you give up all those rights. Now make this the Commonwealth's recommendation that I may apply any range of sentence provided by law. Prior to accepting your recommendation, I will waive a pre-sentence investigation report, probation, parole. In the event that I do not accept the Commonwealth's recommendation and decide to impose a harsher sentence, you will have the right to withdraw your plea and go to trial. You understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
What is Commonwealth's recommendation?
Your Honor, Mr. Dixon will plead guilty to operating a motor vehicle under the influence, second offense. He'll receive a sentence of 30 days in jail, pay a fine of $300 plus cost. He will also plead guilty to operating a motor vehicle while license is suspended or revoked. Under the influence, third or subsequent offense, he'll receive a sentence of 3 years to serve. The Commonwealth opposes probation and shock probation. He'll receive credit for time served. All evidence will be forfeited in this matter, be destroyed or forfeited.
Yes, is that your understanding of the Commonwealth's recommendation?
I didn't hear. Your microphone was off all during what.
Is that your understanding of the Commonwealth's recommendation?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you pleading guilty because you did commit the acts in the set out in the indictment as amended?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All your constitutional rights that I've explained to you is still your desire to enter this plea and allow the court to finish to set your punishment.
Yes, Your Honor.
You understand that the DUI is an enhanceable offense. If you get another DUI, it could be used to enhance it. You understand that? And
yes, I do, Your Honor.
Felony pleas are enhanceable under persistent felony offender law.
Yes.
Counsel, you hold the document up to show this gentleman his signature. Is that your signature?
Yes, sir.
I'll accept the agreement, order PSI, and schedule sentencing for April the 27th. Okay, thank you very much. Tyler, Tyler England.
I got another one coming out.
Take it as.
Commonwealth of Kentucky versus Tyler England. Are you Tyler England?
Yes, sir.
23 CR 0005. Mr. England, were you born in 1999?
Yes, sir.
Last four digits of your social security number 2921.
Yes, sir.
Okay, you're here today on a pretrial conference. What does the Commonwealth have to say?
We have a pretrial diversion plea, Your Honor.
Okay. A motion's been tendered, says you wish to enter guilty plea today. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
No.
Is this plea freely and voluntarily given?
Yes, sir.
Are you the same person named in indictment number 23 CR 005?
Yes, sir.
Have you discussed this matter with your attorney and are you satisfied with her advice?
Sir.
Have you reviewed the evidence the Commonwealth has against you? Believe you're fully informed about your case?
Yes, sir.
You do not have to enter a plea today. You have certain rights on the Kentucky and United States Constitution. Before I can accept a guilty plea, I need to know that you fully understand your rights. You have a right not to testify against yourself. No one can make you say anything. Right to speed trial by jury. Right to be represented by counsel at your jury trial. The right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses called to testify against you. You have a right to produce evidence. You have a right to call witnesses in your favor and have process issued to compel their attendance. You have a right to appeal this matter to higher court if you lose, and a right to part of the Commonwealth prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you're guilty of the charges against you. Understand that by entering a guilty plea today, you give up all those rights. You understand that?
I understand.
I may consider the Commonwealth's recommendation, but I may apply any range of sentence provided by law. I don't have to accept the recommendation. In the event that I do not accept the Commonwealth's recommendation and decide to impose a harsher sentence, you have the right to withdraw your plea and proceed to trial. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Have you previously been diverted in the last 5 years?
No.
Have you had any felony convictions in the past 10 years?
No, sir.
Are you currently on probation?
No, sir.
You understand if you fully complete a diversion agreement, the charges will be dismissed and the charges will be expunged. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
You understand if you do not fully complete the diversion program, you'll be brought back before the court and the court will schedule a sentencing hearing and you will be a convicted felon. And that could be used to enhance in the future. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Mr. Stockton, tell us what the agreement is with Cumberland.
Your Honor, Mr. England will plead guilty of possession of a controlled substance first degree. He'll receive a sentence of 3 years, pretrial diverted for 5 years supervised. He will also plead guilty of failure to maintain insurance on a motor vehicle. She'll pay a fine of $500 plus cost. He'll be referred to the SSC and follow any and all recommendations of the Social Services Commission. He'll also be assessed for a mental health evaluation and follow all recommendations. He'll receive credit for time served. He'll be released upon entry of the plea if that's satisfactory with the court. He'll pay court costs at the discretion of the court. He'll obtain and maintain gainful employment. And the defendant agrees to have all evidence disposed of in accordance with the Commonwealth of laws of Commonwealth of Kentucky.
Is that what you agreed to, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Are you pleading guilty because you did commit the acts charged in the indictment as amended?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Knowing your constitutional rights that I've explained to you, is it still your desire to give up those rights? Yet or plead guilty, the charge is not a court to fix your punishment.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Will you hold his signature up the camera? Is that your signature on there?
Yes, sir.
Okay, well, I will accept the plea agreement, sign the diversion order. Now, you'll be able to be released today, but probation parole needs to meet with you. When you need for him to come in.
Tomorrow morning, 9 a.m., Your Honor.
Tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. you report in to give information to probation parole, but I'm gonna,
That's the Columbia office, Your
the
Honor.
Columbia office, you understand?
Yes, sir.
Okay, well, I'm gonna go ahead and sign an order to let you out today. You be there. Where do you live?
Burchfield.
You'd rather come on home or just stay there and go over in the morning? Which one do you want to do?
I'm ready to go home.
Yeah, that, if you'd said you'd rather stay there, I was gonna ask for a psychiatric evaluation for you. Okay. Yeah, I'll start a release this afternoon, but you make sure you get off on a good start by being up there at 9 a.m. at the probation and parole office in the morning, okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you very much.
Tyler, make sure you get probation's number before you leave the jail this afternoon, okay? They'll have it there for you.
All right, thank you.
Melanie Gardner. He owes $750. You'll need to pay that $50 a month. You need to tell him that, okay? First payment.
$50 court fees, you need to pay it $50 a month.
He didn't have a DUI or anything, did he? Yeah. Melanie Gardner. Are you Melanie? Are you Melanie Gardner?
Yep.
You were born in 1990?
Yep.
And the last 4 digits of your social security number is 0114.
Yes.
We're for sentencing here today in 22 CR 00110. Have you had an opportunity to look at the pre-sentence investigation report done by probation and parole?
Yeah.
Is it substantially correct?
Yes.
Counselor, is there any reason why this lady should not be sentenced today?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, upon a plea of guilty to possession of controlled substance, first-degree meth, the defendant shall receive a sentence of 1 year to serve. She shall pay court costs in the amount of, what are the court costs? $215. I'll let you pay that at $30 a month.
Your Honor, would the court consider waiving costs in her case? I understand that it is a lower sentence, but Miss Gardner, and it's reflected in the PSI, has been homeless for the last 5 or 6 years. Dealing and at the mercy of friends and family. So it would help her greatly if the court would consider waiving those in her case.
I will waive the court costs.
Thank you, Your Honor.
How much time does she have in now?
113 days, Your Honor.
Well, she'll be eligible for parole pretty soon, I would think. What sort of plans do you have, Miss Gardner, when you get out?
I'm going back to Tennessee and I'm gonna go meet up with my dad and get
Meet up with your dad and do what?
some help from my dad. Like, a house, I got a baby I
Okay.
gotta think about.
Well, I hope things go better for you. If you can get you a little job somewhere, it should give you some structure to your life. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I agree.
Thank you. Thank you a lot. Good luck to you. Charles McCoy for sentence. Commonwealth versus Charles McCoy. 22 CR 00099. You're here today for sentencing. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Have you had an opportunity to look at the pre-sentence investigation report done by probation and parole? Have you looked at this pre-sentence investigation report? Have you reviewed it?
Yes, sir.
Okay, is it substantially correct, counsel?
Yes.
Yes, Your Honor.
Is there any reason this gentleman should not be sentenced today?
No, Your Honor. His agreement included that he would enroll and complete the drug court program, and he was accepted this morning into that program.
Upon a plea of guilty to possession of controlled substance, defendant shall receive a sentence 3 years, probated for 5 years, subject to completion, he's subject completion of the specialty court here in Cumberland County. Oh, what are the court costs and fees?
$275.
There's a fee, $500.
Your Honor, that was corrected last month. For some reason, the plea paperwork that's attached to the PSI reflects the insurance charge and the long-term treatment in lieu of drug court, but we fixed that last month on the official plea that was entered into the record.
You agree with that, Mr. Stockton?
I do, Your Honor.
Okay, it's $275. You can start paying at $30 a month. First payment is due 30 days from today, okay? When will he be oriented into the drug court?
That's something we didn't ask Mr. Murphy, but I'd say it would be this week. We'll just need to get with Mr. Murphy and give your
Okay,
staff a
we'll
date.
we'll release him on the day that he gets oriented into drug court. Mr. McCoy will try to get that done as soon as possible, okay?
All right.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thomas O'Donnell. Commonwealth versus Thomas O'Donnell. We're here today. Mr. O'Donnell, you born in 1961.
Yes, sir.
Last four digits of your social security number 6773.
Yes.
We're here at 22 CR 00103, a pretrial conference. What do you have to say, Mr. Stockton?
Well, I guess I need to determine with Ms. Costello and the court when to set the next pretrial conference. Tuesday, I received a Blu-ray disc from the FBI, and we've been attempting to print off all the paperwork off that. We've already filled one banker's box. We've uploaded to DocuShare so Ms. Costello can have time to review it. It's going to take us time, so I would think a couple of months out before we have another pretrial, Your Honor.
What is the charge here?
This is the murder case, and I'm also going to be filing a notice on this case probably within the next 30 days.
Okay, so that the only charge is murder, correct? You
That's
don't have
correct.
any others? Okay.
No.
Okay, let's go out till I think May 25th is okay.
That'd be fine with me, Your
I
Honor.
give you time to file motions. Ms. Costello, just meet with your client.
Yes, Your Honor. I've already met with Mr. O'Donnell a few times. We're having trouble, as Mr. Stockton alluded to, the file from the FBI was extremely large. So we've been struggling with getting it downloaded from DocuShare. I've spoken to his staff today about trying to come up with alternative solutions if we can't get that to work. So I think May 25th will give us time to make sure that we have everything and to go through it, at least a large
Well,
portion.
It appears Mr. O'Donnell is having difficulty making the bond or held without bond. So I'm mindful of his right to a speedy trial, although you've not filed any motion. Mr. O'Donnell, it appears that your client, that your attorney believes as her client that she needs more time to prepare and look at the documentation that's been given to her, and that's what the delay is. So you'll be back in front of the court on May the 25th, and on that day, we'll see what kind of time forward we'll need to set a trial as quickly as possible, okay?
Yes.
Thank
Your
you all
Honor,
very much.
I do want to advise the court, I believe there may be outstanding DNA evidence in this case that we've not received yet. Of course, it could be in this large file, but I think that would probably take at least a few more months to have back.
There is, and it's not with our state labs either, Your Honor. It's with the federal laboratories. There's a ballistics test that's outstanding and a DNA test. But I'm trying to, the ballistics should be here anytime.
Y'all just keep us informed of what the status of that is so we can schedule appropriately. Thank you very much. Next case, Commonwealth Kentucky versus Raymond Oliver. Commonwealth Kentucky versus Raymond Oliver. Are you Raymond Oliver?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Oliver, you're here today for a pretrial in 22 CR 00108. Were you born in 1969?
Yes, sir.
And the last four digits, social security number 1975, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
What does the Commonwealth have to say about this pretrial conference here?
Ms. Costello and I have discussed this case. I would ask that we get one more pretrial on this case. It's a serious matter also, Your Honor, if we could have April.
Yes, Your Honor.
Negotiation date.
27, do you want the negotiation date too, or
Yes, Your Honor.
April 21st negotiation date, April the 27th, next court appearance, okay? Are there any pretrial motions or anything to be said in this case? Ms. Costello, do you have any suppression motions or anything?
Not at this time, Your Honor. There was some miscommunication with the discovery, so we're still processing all of that. There's over 100 charges. So it's taken us a little longer to go through. Anything I have, I will file before the 21st.
Okay, thank you very much. Marcella Sweeney will be next. How long has it been since you requested them do something on this screen here?
Oliver's coming out.
We need to get all of them on the thing because we cannot do Zoom unless people can see that. So get after it. Commonwealth of Kentucky versus Marcella Sweeney, 20 CR 0023. Are you Miss Sweeney?
Yes.
You're here today on a review, it says. Mr. Stockton, what do you have?
Ms. Swinkie was referred to drug court, Your Honor. She was not accepted because she was considered too low of a risk. According to her and Mr. Murphy this morning, she hadn't had any substance abuse problem for quite some time. I'm willing to put her back out on probation if the court is. She had a positive test. Is the reason she was referred to drug court. She was in SAP IOP. This is the part I'm having trouble understanding why she was in SAP IOP if she hadn't had a drug problem in a while.
She had been referred to the social services clinician, and I think it was based on her prior use prior to this case. And so she was referred to that program in Wayne County.
Yeah. And she lives in Clinton County, and I understand she doesn't have transportation to Wayne County back and forth. So I'm willing to let her be on probation for a year. And if she does all right, take her off. This is an old case. It's a 20 case. If she'd done well, she should have been off probation by now.
Okay,
So,
I'll do that.
anyway.
Switch over and probate her, let her out. Let me tell you what, Miss Swinkie. You don't need to be violating the terms of this probation. You understand what I'm saying? You need to cooperate with her.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. Commonwealth versus Charles Thurman. Charles Thurman. Raymond.
I got a female.
Commonwealth versus Charles Thurman, 23 CR 00008 and 23 CR 009. Are you Charles Thurman?
Yes. Yes,
Were you born in 1987?
Yes, sir.
It's 4 digits. Your social security number are 6117. You have 2 separate indictments here. The first one is 008. You have the right to remain silent. Your attorney is present. Did you have him in district court, Ms. Costello?
Yes, my office represented him, Your Honor.
I'm going to go ahead and continue that appointment. The grand jury of Cumberland County's returned of indictment, theft, unlawful taking or disposition over $10,000 and burglary in the 3rd degree. And that's in 0008. And in 0009, fleeing or evading police in the 1st degree on foot, assault, the 1st degree, resisting arrest,
Officer, he punched me.
Well, just-
Mr. Thurman, don't say anything.
Theft, unlawful taking or disposition. And public intoxication. Ms. Costello, do you acknowledge the identity of your client, receive the indictment, waive formal writing and reading of the indictment, enter a plea of not guilty, and reserving all pretrial motions?
Yes, Your Honor.
We'll put a negotiation date on April 21st and the next court date on April 27th. Now, Mr. Thurman, you seem to want to say something. The best thing you can do is remain silent right now, and your attorney will be here to see you and prepare for that negotiation day, and you can tell her any defenses that you have or any problems you have, okay?
Your Honor, I did want to advise the court in district court, we had an order signed referring Mr. Thurman to KCPC for an evaluation. He has not yet been, but we know those orders take a long time. Normally, we would wait until circuit court, but since KCPC informed us that they go by the date of the order, we went ahead and did it in district court in this case. So it has been pending now, I think, for maybe a little over a month, but we are raising that as an issue.
I've been to KCPC to be evaluated. I've done been once. How many times y'all gotta send somebody to KCPC to get evaluated? Some bunch of, my daddy's mamas anyway. Get time out. How I pray you ain't burning goddamn life. You saw y'all.
Mr. Thurman, it's better you not say anything.
Gasoline, people throw gasoline on you and burn y'all alive.
Mr.
I don't
Thurman.
wanna be in here.
Mr. Thurman.
Okay, well, thank you, Mr. Thurman. And we'll see you at negotiation day.
They're still in Raven. but they've got
21st and
it.
27th. We'll check on that evaluation. Tyler Weber is next.
They can't get Thurman out of the chair.
For sentencing.
Sorry about that. I muted the microphone.
Okay.
Mr. Weber.
Commonwealth versus Tyler Weber, 22 CR 00111. You're here today for sentencing. Mr. Weber was born in 1995.
Sir.
Last four digits, your social security 9575.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You're here today for the purpose of sentencing. Have you had the opportunity to look at the pre-sentence investigation report done by probation parole?
Yes.
Is it substantially correct, Ms. Costello?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is there any reason this gentleman should not be sentenced?
No, Your Honor.
Plead guilty possession of controlled substance first degree. The defendant will receive a sentence of 1 year to serve. The defendant should pay court costs in the amount of $215, and the first payment's due 30 days upon his release. $30 a month until paid in full. Okay.
Your Honor, would the court consider waiving costs in Mr. Weber's case? He is also being held from Tennessee, and after he serves his sentence here, will be taken there to serve the remainder of his sentence there.
I'll waive the costs.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, now the only other thing on the docket, it says James Buddy Whitlow intent to seek forfeiture.
Yes, Your Honor, that's my motion. There was $532 that wasn't disposed of in the plea.
And Mr. Whitlow would like the court to consider returning that money to him. He's serving a 9-year sentence, and it would be very helpful to help pay costs and have money for his canteen because he throughout the years, because he won't have any support coming in if the court would consider that.
Well, I didn't subpoena the officers this morning, Your Honor. I didn't know if it'd be adversarial or not. If we could set it for next month, I'll subpoena them. Maybe Ms. Costello, I can work out something. If we can't, we can have a hearing next month.
Okay, Mr. Whitlow, you're entitled to a hearing on this money here, so we'll grant you one. Hearing will be on April the 27th, okay? So I'll take no action on the forfeiture until you have an opportunity to tell your side of it, okay? Thank you very much. Now, Adair County, do we have anybody else?
No, that's it.
Okay, well, thank y'all very much.
Thank you. Have a
Now,
good day.
there's a note. You too. Happy St. Patrick's Day tomorrow. We have a notation, Mr. Stockton, that Carol White is currently incarcerated in Smith County, Tennessee, 21 CR 00132. No, what's the deal there? Mr. Stockton.
Maybe he's on his phone.
Would you go back and see if you can get Mr. Stockton? Okay, let's go off the record then.
I already requested one.
Thank you.
Okay, Carol White, 21 CR 00132. What do you have to say about that on the record?
Your Honor, Miss White's in custody in Tennessee, being held on charges. We'd ask that be passed until we can have her here in custody in Kentucky.
Okay, and probation, parole, on a warrant issue or a hold or?
We already have.
Requested a warrant, Your Honor. It's been issued and entered into NCIC. We have currently detained on her waiting for extradition.
Okay, there's nothing else to be done on this case. We'll continue it until we get her back into Kentucky. That concludes the criminal docket. We'll go off the record until yes, what time we scheduled to come back on? 11 o'clock for the show cause. Okay, it's 11 o'clock now, so we're back on the record for the show calls. Commonwealth of Kentucky versus Jonathan Boland, 22 CR 0039.
He made a payment.
How much?
$10.
$10. Do what?
Danny Morley made a payment for me.
Well, somebody needs to send him a letter telling that $10 is not sufficient. That he needs to make arrangements to live up to the payment that he owes. You know,
He sees Jeremy, I'm sure. He sees Jeremy.
Jeremy, somebody came in and made a $10 payment for Jonathan Boland.
Yes, Your Honor.
It's not enough.
I understand, Your Honor.
So, you know, you tell him that we're gonna put him back on the show calls here real soon. He can make some progress, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Tanya Burton.
Did she call a couple weeks ago and she was supposed to email on the payment in, but we have not received that yet.
Issue a warrant for her. A release upon payment of $690. Tyler Chambers,
She came in yesterday, paid $100.
okay. Claude Cole,
We've not heard nothing from him. There was a court notice sent out and that had not.
come on up here, Claude Cole. You are supposed to be paying $845. What's the deal with you?
I can start making payment. I was gonna make a payment today. I could start,
How much can you pay today?
I could pay 120.
You'll accept 120 and you can start making regular payments. You want
I
to
sure
see-
can. I just, when I got out, I was
Go down-
behind.
Go downstairs and make the payment and bring us the receipt back if you. Kathina Dawn Foster.
She made a payment online yesterday, Judge.
How much?
She made $100 payment.
Okay, that's a start. Anthony Garrett,
He paid $100 in district court yesterday, and 25 on this yesterday.
he needs to be sent, do you have an address on him? Tell him that that was an insufficient payment. And he needs to, what does his agreement say he's supposed to be paying, you know?
I don't think for long as 2016,
2013.
13. So it's,
We'll look at it and see what he.
Tell him that he needs to pay $80 a month. Raymond Garrett,
I've already paid him.
issue a warrant.
That's restitution, so he can't serve out.
Billy D. George,
I've already paid him.
is that court cost there?
Yeah, that's court cost fees and fines there.
Okay, issue a bench warrant. James Hurst,
I've already paid him.
is that restitution or what is that?
One is restitution and the other case is court cost.
Issue a bench warrant. Landon Kirk,
He paid $10 yesterday also.
same, is that court cost?
Yeah, what is court cost?
Tell him he needs to pay, send him a letter telling him he needs to pay $40 a month. Amy McCall,
She just come in and paid $100.
that's good. Christopher Newport,
He come in and paid last time, had a check on docket on the day of, but we wanted for today.
issue a bench warrant. Joseph Harmon,
He came in yesterday, he paid,
how much?
um,
Okay,
This Brian likes 25.
is this restitution?
he paid fees yesterday. No, there's not restitution there.
These are court costs?
DUI fines and fees.
Okay, tell him that he needs to pay $70 a month. Make sure I sign the order. Okay. Look and see what his agreement said. There was agreement there, see what he was supposed to.
I think it's $50 a month, Judge.
Well, do him $50 a month, have him picked up and do a 24-hour sanction on him. Put him in jail, contempt of court.
He paid $50 yesterday.
Paid 50 yesterday, and that's what his order says. Okay, we'll make sure he pays, continues to pay 50. Okay. Robert Benjamin Simpson,
Not heard anything from him.
issue a bench warrant. Is that court cost or restitution? What is it?
That was court cost, I believe, but I'll double check.
Okay. Christopher Toll. You got the receipt?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's good enough. Just show it to the clerk over here. And you start making regular payments on that, you can come back. Okay.
I'll take care of this.
Okay,
He paid 120.
okay. Have a nice day, sir.
Thank you.
Christopher Tull.
He come in and paid the last time I had a public docket and we've done it since.
Okay, it's your bench warrant. And Dale Warner is your bench warrant. Is that to take care of the show cause docket? Okay, the next thing is at 1 o'clock, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, we are staying in recess until 1 o'clock.
You all ask for it.
Just whatever usually you think,
Evers versus Jones.
September 28th.
Long versus Long.
September 28th.
Warren versus Brown.
May 25th, please.
Sites versus Calgill.
May 25th.
Cooper versus Cooper.
May 25th.
She's here.
Yes, Judge, she is here.
Okay.
Judge, she was on the contempt dock today and she made a significant payment leading up to this. I do believe she is trying, so we agreed to give her more time.
Okay, what date was it again?
May 25th.
Okay. No problem.
We've got your proof.
Oh, okay, no, that's that agreement. Last.
No, that would be, that'd be in a separate custody.
Okay, okay, thank you.
Cash versus Roberts.
Contempt order, Judge. His is a larger arrearage. We'd ask for $1,000 to be paid.
Resilius versus Alexander.
Contempt order, Judge. Judge, I'll state for the record on that one. Ms. Priscillius called our office and indicated that he had made a $900 payment on that. However, those payments are ordered to be made through our office, and if she wants credit for that or wants him to have credit for it,
Where did she make the payment?
it's directly to him, which is not in accordance with the order. She has to come into our office and both sign an affidavit that they've received
How
that in
much you
payment.
want?
$500 on that, but we don't recognize it until they've signed an affidavit noting it. This is the one he's already called. That's great.
Commonwealth versus Pitcock.
Judge, these parties have reconciled and are back together. They've tendered both signed an agreed order asking to suspend support. They're together. They are.
Well, the cabinet was involved in this. These people were receiving benefits. And they can obviate the obligation by agreement between them and not, the cabinet not collect anything.
I believe so. I don't have an objection if the court wants to hold that in abeyance.
I'd like to hold that in abeyance
That's
and
fine.
see. I mean, if that's the case,
Yeah, I understand. I had the same reservation. We discussed that in our office. I think it can be done, but I don't have any objection to hold that in abeyance.
let's put that on the docket for the 27th. Give me an order.
Okay.
put it on April 27th, and y'all kind of look into that and see if
That's fine, Judge.
the Commonwealth is owed money, okay? Okay. 115.
Thank you, Judge.
Yeah. 115 docket. Is Riverside Loans of Burchfield versus Chad Faulkner.
Judge, this is my motion for default judgment against Mr. Faulkner.
You got an order?
I do.
You check the file, make sure service is proper.
If you serve out if you link for some, we will read them out.
Okay. Okay,
Judge, that's all I have.
sure. Have a nice day. Thank you. The Dare County Child Support starts at 1:30. So we got 14 minutes here. Is this the last thing we own?
Yes.
I went back there and turned my little heater on, and sat on my couch. Yeah, like a rock. Oh, my God. Yeah, the woman, yeah, like a rock. The appointed hour having now arrived, we call the Adair Circuit Court Child Support Docket. 13 CI 00163, Coffee versus Coffee.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. I'm appearing on behalf of the Adair County Child Support Office. It's Jennifer Hutchison Corbin, and Ms. Coffee, I think it's Yorganis now. We are asking for an order to show cause for her. She has an obligation of $707 per month, owes past support of $2,121. And the last payment we received was in November, the 17th for $707. We're asking for an order to show cause for 2 months with an arrearage payment, which would be $1,539. And we're asking for her to appear if she has not paid that on April the 27th at 1:30, Your Honor.
So you don't want a contempt order?
Yes, that's what we would like. Yes.
What, do you want me to jail her till she pays that?
No, we would like to just have her show cause at that time why she should not be held in contempt.
Have you submitted an order?
We will submit an order, yes, Your Honor.
Okay, or the order will be granted.
Thank you, Your Honor.
The other case, is that it?
That's it, Your Honor. May I be excused?
Absolutely. Have a wonderful day. Happy.
You too. You too. Thank you, Judge.
Yeah. Okay, that concludes the docket for today.